off and running at Finger Lakes. Bayou Melody, Moontown, Dreaming of Hope. These three go out for the front end. Goody's Girl, White Blinker settles in fourth to the outside of Hypnocurrency, and Tequila's at the back of the pack and about 7 lengths off the lead. Dreaming of Hope clears off by a length and a half, too, over Bayou Melody, prompting outside second. Goody's Girl up the inside third, Moontown fourth. 3.5, 4 off the lead, then a length and a half to Hypnocurrency second last, and a gap of 2 to Tequila, who's under pressure at the tail of the field. First quarter mile, 22 and 2/5, 2.5 furlongs to go. Dreaming of Hope and Bayou Melody first and second, and clear by 5. Over Goody's Girl to the inside of Moontown third and fourth. Hypnocurrency behind those two in fifth, and Tequila trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Dreaming of Hope is homeward bound, comes off the turn leading by 2. Bayou Melody shaken up in second. Hypnocurrency the outside of Goody's Girl. Further out is Moontown. 16th to go. It's Dreaming of Hope, who's clear by 3. Moontown on the outside up into second, but it's Dreaming of Hope in the opener at Finger Lakes. Moontown second, very close. $2.93. I want to remind everyone there is a pasta dinner to benefit Finger Lakes Thoroughbred Adoption Program to be held tomorrow. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Maturation who's setting out for the lead. The Brown Egg on his outside. Then it's Same Old Story, and I'm Gonna towards the rail. And St. Solomon is at the back of the pack as they take on that first turn. The Brown Egg able to clear off at a sensible pace. The lead's about 2 lengths. Maturation, I'm Gonna, second and third. Same Old Story, 3 wide fourth, and a space of 3 lengths to St. Solomon, who brings up the rear. As they angle on to the backstretch, the Brown Egg first quarter 24 and 3/5. The Brown Egg leads by 2. Maturation is a clear-cut second, then another couple lengths to I'm Gonna to the inside of Same Old Story, third and fourth. And St. Solomon is deep on the course, but starting to advance from the back of the pack, only about 4.5 lengths off the lead. The half in 49 seconds, less than a half mile to go. The Brown Egg, the lead's a length and a half. Maturation outside second. I'm Gonna tries to probe through the fence in third. Here's St. Solomon ranging up to the outside. Was fifth, now third, 2 lengths off the lead. And Same Old Story is outside of I'm Gonna at the back. Midway on the far turn, the Brown Egg has led basically every step of the way. Maturation splitting rivals. St. Solomon outside in third, 3 across the track as they reach the top of the stretch. Same Old Story within striking range in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. 3 across the track, they're in upper stretch. Maturation now assumes command. St. Solomon the immediate danger on the outside as the Brown Egg relegated back to third. Same Old Story fourth in deep stretch. It's Maturation close to home. Maturation will grind out a win over St. Solomon. The Brown Egg third, Same Old Story fourth. And they're off. Band hop in the air at the start. Jules in the Bay. It's Smokin' Alone who zips out for the lead. Give Me the Money up the inside. Rockable splits rivals up into a joint second. Starship Tango 3 wide fourth, 2 off the lead. And then 2 lengths to Invaluable Will to the inside of Jules in the Bay. One big cluster about 4 lengths from top to bottom. Half mile to go. Smokin' Alone leads this group into the turn. Has the lead by a half length. Rockable, Starship Tango outside second and third. Invaluable Will ranges up 4 wide fourth, a length off the lead. Jules in the Bay 3 lengths off the pace but very deep on the course. And Give Me the Money now has been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Rockable and Starship Tango and Rockable dueling on the front end as Smokin' Alone now drops back. Invaluable Will, red blinkers on the outside. Jules of the Bay, grandstand side up to the top 4 and closing in with Invaluable Will. 1 furlong to go. Starship Tango has headed Rockable. Smokin' Alone tries to come back for more. Jules of the Bay on the grandstand side. They're in deep stretch and it's Smokin' Alone. Starship Tango, Jules in the Bay. Jules in the Bay defeats Starship Tango. Then it was in 21 minutes at 2:29 p.m. Another reminder that tomorrow there is a pasta dinner to benefit the Finger Lakes Thoroughbred Adoption. And they're off. All of a sudden, dashing out for the lead. Valiant Warrior towards the inside gets that lead. Vino's Valentine's in between horses in second, then in fourth by Mink Standards. Urge to keep up and about 4 off the lead. A space of 3 back to Sunday's Currency in 5th, passing Jake's Orchard, and a space of 4 to Honor for Mandan, who's at the back of the pack. They're on the turn. It's Valiant Warrior who's cleared off by 3 open lengths. Vino's Valentine in pursuit in 2nd. All of a Suddenly contends outside 3rd by Mink Standards, dropping back in 4th, replaced by Sunday's Currency. 5 lengths to Jake's Orchard, who's 4 lengths in front of Honor for Mandan, who's at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Valiant Warrior, the first to face us. Vino's Valentine comes to tackle on the outside, and Vino's Valentine goes right on by Valiant Warrior in upper stretch. 3rd place, All of a Suddenly, Sunday's Currency, stand side by Mink Standards towards the inside. 5th, 16th to go. It's Vino's Valentine has got this race lock, stock, and barrel. Vino's Valentine wins by 4. 2nd goes to Sunday's Currency, close for 3rd. All of a Sudden, trifecta $24.83. Dime Super $13.36. Pick 3 $95.65. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Stop the Spread, who zips out for the front. Freedsdale. Royal Suspect kicks on through towards the inside. Uranium will be very wide around that first turn, as it's Dreams of My Father is sandwiched in between horses. The back 2 markers, Tapazar's Temper is about a length in front of Unbridled Bomber, who's at the tail of the field as they navigate the first turn. Royal Suspect has the lead by a head over Stop the Spread in 2nd. Freedsdale stalks in 3rd, 2 off the lead. And then in 4, Dreams of My Father, who's 2 lengths in front of Uranium, is mid-flight in 5th. A length and a half back to Unbridled Bomber is out of last, and Tapazar's Temper relegated to the 7th in trailing position. Up the backstretch, Stop the Spread sticks the head in front of Royal Suspect. Freedsdale outside 3rd, 2 and a half off the lead, and is to the outside of Dreams of My Father is towards the inside. Another length to Uranium, getting on track from mid-pack. Now up into 4th, 2 and a half off the lead. Unbridled Bomber winding up for the back, but 4 wide on the far turn, and Tapazar's Tempered still trails the field. Freedsdale takes over from Stop the Spread. Uranium's on the outside of the red blinkers, a length and a half off the lead in 2nd, but is under heavy pressure. And then it's Unbridled Bomber stuck out very wide into the stretch in 4th as they turn into the lane. It's Freedsdale homeward bound, has the lead by 3 and a half, 4 lengths. Stop the Spread's a clear-cut 2nd. Uranium, Unbridled Bomber, Tapazar's Temper 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but way off the leader, and that leader is Freedsdale. Freedsdale will give jockey Caber-Koa 2 wins on the card. Stop the Spread 2nd. Unbridled Bomber gets 3rd. Uranium 4th. Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, Combatant Song. The 6, Mobella Dream, and number 8, Honorable Becky. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double. And they're off. Immigration Law, Banking Silver. These are the 2 quickest out of the gate, joined by Lanchura, who will be 3 wide around that first turn. Saratoga Sunset is in 4th, back to markers. Ishka Bibble to the inside of Queen Sally as they circle around the first turn. Immigration Law has the lead by a long neck over Banking Silver, who rates outside 2nd. Lanchura 3 wide and 3rd, 2 lengths off the lead. Ishka Bibble towards the inside in 4th. Saratoga Sunset 3 wide 5th, and a half length back to Queen Sally, who's at the back. One big cluster, 4 and a half from top to bottom. They race up the backstretch, 5 furlongs to go. Immigration Law has the lead by a half length over the gray Banking Silver, prompting outside 2nd. Lanchura 3 wide in 3rd, 2 and a half lengths off the lead. Ishka Bibble towards the inside 4th. Queen Sally to the inside of Saratoga Sunset. They're both at the tail of the field. The opening half in 48 3/5 entry into the far turn. Immigration Law has the lead as Banking Silver's dropped from 2nd to last, as it's Lanchura's outside in 2nd, Ishka Bibble towards the inside in 3rd, Queen Sally outside 4th, then 7 lengths back to Saratoga Sunset, and Banking Silver is basically going to be eased out of the race as they turn into the stretch. Immigration Law, Lanchura, Queen Sally stand side. Where's Ishka Bibble going to go? Ishka Bibble right behind Lanchura, but now 4 lengths off the lead. Looks like we're coming down to a couple here with 16th to go. Lanchura has the lead. Queen Sally lunging at that one on the outside. Lanchura digs in. Queen Sally surging late. Queen Sally, Lanchura. Think holds there over Queen Salad. Try $321.66. Dime Super $210.88. Pick 4 of 4. $763.19. Seventh ball on the gate. And they're off. Stumble at the start for Shaman Princess. Galilean's Girl barrels out for the front end. Spun Size goes with that one. Alpine Giant emerges in third, right behind the dueling leaders. Then a couple lengths to Rubies for Olivia's to the inside of Shaman Princess, who's in the fifth and trailing position and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. They race up the backstretch. It's Galilean's Girl to the outside of Spun Size. They're together as one. A length and a half to Alpine Giant, who hounds the leaders in third. 2.5 lengths to Shaman Princess, who's out of last. Rubies for Olivia trails. First quarter, 22 2/5. Galilean's Girl, Alpine Giant has gotten the trip so far, now contending for the top spot on the 3 wide side. Spun Size drops back in third. Few more lengths back to Shaman Princess, and Rubies for Olivia trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Galilean's Girl is game along the inside. Alpine Giant outside, drifting out in second. Spun Size is in third. They run down to the 16th pole. It's Galilean's Girl. It turns away Alpine Giant. Spun Size now back up into second. Here comes the winning line. Galilean's Girl wins by just about a length over Spun Size. Then it was Alpine Giant and Rubies for $18.96. Super $5.77. Eighth and final Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfacta wagering. And they're off. Great start for World Bank, who edges out for the lead. Lady Banker's up the inside second. Lollipops races third. And then it's Treehouse in fourth, who's to the inside of Fairweather Lover. Ring of the Rise deep on the course in sixth. 5.5 off the lead. 3 parts a length back to No Factors. A length and a half in front of Candy is Dandy. Chardonnay Derby's in second last and is to the outside of Bounty Killer in the 10th and trailing position and about 12 lengths off the lead. Onto the turn. Lady Banker on top. A length and a half is the lead. World Bank is the nearest pursuer in second. Fairweather Lover, White Blinkers outside in third. Treehouse, Lollipops, fourth and fifth. Ring of the Rise goes from sixth up into fourth. Very deep on the course in the Blue Blinkers, about 5 lengths off the lead. And then it's Candy is Dandy, who runs along in seventh. Eighth place, No Factor, as they turn into the stretch. It's Lady Banker and World Bank. These two clash for the lead, and World Bank takes over the lead. Fairweather Lover outside, bearing down on the leaders. 3 lengths off the lead in third. 16th to go. It's World Bank clear by 3 over Fairweather Lover and Lady Banker. It's World Bank give Koa 3 on the card. Fairweather Lover second. Third, Lady Banker close for $180.79. Pick 4, $1,075.57. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $3,332.83. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got about 54 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, no changes and no changes in race number 2. Skip over to race number 3. We do have a scratch of number 1, Billy at the Gate. Number 1, Billy at the Gate, a scratch from race number 3. Race number 4. Scratch number 7, Cozy B. Number 7, Cozy B, a scratch from the 4th. 5th race. Well, this will be real quick. 5th race, no changes, and no changes in races 6, 7, or 8 as well. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
Hey, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Little bit cooler today, slightly good. It's still hot out there, but we are getting affected by the wildfires in Canada. Hopefully they blow the wind the other direction or something, but gotta keep an eye on that. But other than that, good day for horse racing. Yesterday, big day for Caber Koa. 3 wins on the card. Congratulations to him. He seems to have heated it up lately. It seems like Caber Koa and Andre Worry are kind of in a battle right now. Both of them are winning frequently, especially when you consider we're only running 3-day racing weeks right now. The two of them have been on fire all season long. Should be a good jockey battle throughout the season, and both great riders, so congratulations to them both on a pretty good start to the season. And so we continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. We're going to continue with that throughout the summer. I believe we are going to they're going to resurface the race. I guess that's the wrong word for it. We're going to refresh it, as it's not a full resurface, but they refresh the track in a couple weeks. So the main track will be closed a couple days. Those days we won't lose any racing days because of it, but it should be pretty good. And again, fast racetrack today. Won't be as hot as yesterday, but you still want to enjoy the races and get up there to the wire. See Shirley, she'll give you a nice soda, or even some ice water would probably be the best thing on days like this to enjoy some horse race action. Yeah, should be a good day for it today. So we start out with a good race. I mean, you look at the first race, and it's one of my favorite distances. I'm like the old school 6 furlongs, mile and a 16th. Those are my 2 favorite distances. The 6 furlongs is a true sprint, mile and a 16th a true route, At least you get that run up a little bit more than the mile where you hit that turn right away. But all good distances, and you always want to mix it up, get whatever gets horses to enter the races, and we get some good races. But I like the mile and the 16th. That's what we ran the New York Derby and the Oaks the other day. That was Monday. What a day that was. Congratulations to the winner of those races. You look at the pace scenario in the first. I don't think the inside was too good yesterday. Kind of keep an eye on that as well. But 30 Oysters figures to be the speed. Question is, can he carry a speed jumping up from 5,000 claimers? Probably not. Wild Banker seems to be the class, taking a big drop here, going from an optional claiming allowance 30 down to the starter. Significant drop. Question is he as good as he's been in the past? He's had 2 starts this year. Hasn't hit the board in the 2 races, although he wasn't that badly beaten with a 4th place finish last time. So the class relief this should help Wild Banker, but he is at the mercy of the pace in a sense. He doesn't have much for early speed, so this pace has got to back up to him. That's why if you're going to take 3 to 5, I know I can't say anything about the line, but he should be one of the main contenders in here. The 5-horse Cascade Cruiser, him and Big Rich are pretty equal. If you look at the races that they've run against each other, the 2 of them have been running against each other, and they're pretty equal. And they ran against Olazabal. Olazabal has been outstanding for Rachel Sells. But you can't beat that horse in the starter. And he really proved himself stepping up to a higher level against better horses the other day. Olazabal ran a very game second. Was probably best in there, but just got dueled into defeat. That's how good that horse is right now. Way too good for this starter allowance condition. So it was almost like Cascade Cruiser and Big Rich with Olazabal in there just battling it out for second and third. Well, that's probably the case here, but I do think they're both win threats because, I mean, Wild Banker is not as strong a play as Olazabal would be with his speed. That's what you get with the running style. Sometimes with the closers, you're more at the mercy of the race flow, and today's no different. Obviously, Wild Banker is the top horse or the best horse in here with his recent form. But the other thing with Wild Banker, where you can't get carried away on him, is the record at the distance. This particular distance, even though I like the mile and the 16th, I'm not so sure Wild Banker does. He's never been in the top 2. He's had 3 thirds. Although keep in mind, he's faced a lot better competition in the past 2. So I'm going to go with 6.53. And just in case front speed turns out to be better than yesterday and good, maybe throw 30 Oysters in there as a long shot if he gets loose in this race. It's a question of stepping up. Is he good enough to carry that speed all the way? But, logical horses in here, 6, 5, 3, and 2 in today's first race. Second race, an 11-9 claimer going 6 furlongs. Fillies and Mares never won 3 condition. Yeah, Savvy Sunset looks to be the speed of the race, quicker than Classy West, and she just looks better than these two. I mean, this is a drop in class after she's been facing higher claimers, and I always say it's a little more of a red flag when they're running good and they drop, rather than when they're running bad and they drop. So that's a little bit of a concern, but it has been off since May. Like I said, she's running good. I mean, she ran 3rd in her last start. She's getting no respect at the windows, running in New York with a 4, but she's run 4th and 3rd at odds of 34-1 and 28-1. I can almost guarantee you, she's not going to be those kind of odds here against this competition. So the drop in class should certainly help Savvy Sunset. Both of her wins, her career wins, have come at 6 furlongs. And good to see He-Man. Every time He-Man, I see him listed on a horse, the horse scratches. So, good to see him ride today. I know he had a win at Saratoga the other day. Congratulations to him. It will be fun. Dropped and popped. So there's a question of how good this horse actually is. Certainly the barn's going pretty well. You talk about the Dana Saul barn. they've been winning at a very high percentage. We got like 3 or 4 trainers winning at great percentage, probably like over 30% lately. You're talking about Charlie Baker, Dana Saul. They're both going very well. And the other one is Jeremiah Engelhart. He hasn't run a lot this year, but the ones he's run as one. That's probably why I got overbet yesterday. But the ones he's run have done very well at a high percentage. But so's Dana Saul. Even the person she saddled for yesterday, her and Shayla, did pretty well. So when the barn's going good, the barn's going good, and all the horses improve. And I think this one responded to the drop in class with the victory. Probably not a strong enough number to win this field, but not that far off. And again, when you see a horse beat up on a little easier field, you can't knock the horse. So she might be just even better than that, might even improve off the race. She was facing allowance horses, and she draws the rail today, although the rail wasn't that good yesterday. I'm going to use her second. Third choice, Valentine Gift. Yeah, they just didn't come back to her last time at 5.5. She's going to go a little further, 6 furlongs. Maybe that'll help. Both of her career wins are at 6 furlongs, kind of like Savvy Sunset. And I think maybe 5.5 was a little bit too short for her, unless, horses like this, sometimes they need a stronger pace. She's an up-close horse, but she's not a horse that's usually on the lead. She doesn't have a lot of early speed. She got the lead in 22, but I don't think she's going to go for the lead here. She's not as fast as Savvy Sunset early. She's got to hope that one, maybe Classy West does the dirty work and she can stalk and pounce. She certainly plays one way or the other, but she's going to need some racing luck. And I think the extra half furlong, looking at her record and the fact they didn't come back to her last time. They didn't go that fast really for the day for 5.5. They do those fractions for 6 furlongs. They'll come back a little more. Depends on how good Savvy Sunset is. Yeah, Classy West would be the other one. I'm not so sure how aggressive she's going to be from the outside with Savvy Sunset. It almost seems as if Savvy Sunset at this point in Classy West's career, even though she's 4, she seems to have lost some of her speed. And Celtic Ledger's really not that fast either. So Savvy Sunset may find herself alone, and Classy West will just kind of be set up shop right outside of her to get a good trip and maybe follow the leader. That's probably her best option here to land a share and just hope that one stops late. But she'll be in position if that occurs. And remember, the inside speed was bad yesterday, so the outside a little bit better. Classy West would be the one in a good position from the outside with tactical speed, stalking Savvy Sunset. Gives her a chance. Otherwise, she's going to be a tough position in a chase mode. So, yeah, she's going to get bet, but I didn't use her because of that. I used Nurse Bunny for 4th for the late run. I think what could happen in this race, and I'm just kind of anticipating. I don't like to do any guesswork, but I'm just kind of picturing the race and anticipating. You would think if Savvy Sunset gets out there, everybody's chasing. Nurse Bunny can sit back and make a circling move and run in the money. And that's what Nurse Bunny does. I don't know if she's necessarily a win threat in this spot unless they really back up to her. But she does always put in that late run. And I think if, even though she may not have like a multiple horses dueling on the front end, they're chasing a speed horse that's pretty quick. And that could benefit her as far as hitting the board. So that's why I threw Nurse Bunny in there. And I'm going to go the 4, 1, 2, and 6 in race number 2. Makes sense. Doesn't always turn out that way. Everybody's got to, when you're handicapping the race, you kind of look at every horse. What is their options as far as what are their tactics going to most likely be, and then you kind of set up the race, kind of like a puzzle, and then you figure it out from there as far as matchups, and that's how you're successful in the game. Third race, scratch the 1, Billy at the gate. Tough to go against Lord King. It really is. Unless he regresses for some reason, I don't think that they're going to beat him here. I mean, the other speed really is a stablemate, but that's more route speed anyway. But I would think that Lord King can control the pace here. Shorts in the Winter does have speed, but I'm not so sure that he's going to challenged Lord King. I don't know if he's as fast as Lord King. And it's really Lord King's race to lose. He didn't make the lead last time because they went extremely quick. I mean, he's chased to 21. Actually took over in the stretch. And a huge race by Sir Cartwright for the Tassos. Man, what a huge race that horse ran. Problem is, I picked the horse the race before at a price, coming up in class off the claim, and got off slow. The last race, it was one race too early. 5.5 again today. The last two times he's gotten the lead at 5 furlongs and 6 furlongs, he's won. This is right in between. Tough to go against. Shorts of the winner may just follow the leader. Even though he's stepping up in class, he's in for the waivers, so it's not like he's trying to run for cheaper. He's protected. So now that he's not protected, it's a positive sign that he's not risking getting claimed for 11 to go up against allowance horses. That's a big positive when you're looking at it that way. And that makes Shorts in the winner a good play. And he's a good check getter anyway. The horse always fires, hits the board a lot. He doesn't have to have the lead. He hangs around. He doesn't get discouraged if he's forced to chase. That's the type of horse you want, and he steps up. The other stablemate, Instant Success, will probably follow the leader here as well because he just doesn't have a speed of Lord King. I said Staley, it's not Staley. Lugu has Lord King. But Instant Success may try to be aggressive. That'll be the one horse that could be aggressive to go after Lord King. I have to correct myself on that. But he's cutting back in distance. I don't think he's as fast either. So he might be in chase mode. But his numbers are good. And you notice the last time that Instant Success was in a sprint was this distance. He ran second to a really good one. That horse was dominant, that Pagula horse. It actually, I think, won in New York. So this horse is capable on the cutback. I don't know if they could catch Lord King for Lugu. Now you got the Lugu and Raylu combination in this race. I guess you can't really go against that, can you? Short price, but I'm taking him on top. Fourth race, Scratch the 7, Cozy B. Yeah, I mean, this is a tricky race because class-wise, breeding-wise, obviously the 3 is much the best. But the problem is he comes off actually 2 dud races in a row, and it was a long time ago. Comes off a long layoff, and now shows up here. I mean, you look at the breeding of Fancy Footwork, it's hard to ignore it. He's by Curlin. The Dam is a multiple graded stakes winner going long. The Dam's, I mean, she's also a half to 4 other stakes winners, a couple other multiple stakes winners. I mean, the breeding is really good. Anytime you see Unbridled Song, and that's on the Dam side. They got Curlin on the side. This horse should be able to run all day, but the last couple, there's a lot of question marks. The positive is she's in here for a maiden special weight. She didn't come here for a tag. And Amelia Green's, her horse the other day did really well going gate to wire, maybe helped by the scratch, but the horse ran very well. It goes first time Lasix, takes the blinkers off, so making a lot of moves with this horse, but fitness is going to be the main issue. If she runs back to her first 2 starts, I mean, those are 2-year-old maiden special weights. Obviously, she's a Kentucky bred, not restricted for state breds. Those are better. So I thought she might be, even though she'll probably be the favorite in here, she might be slightly vulnerable. And that's where I'm going to lean towards the 2 Rocksteady Babe, especially for a barn that can do no wrong lately, the Charlton Baker barn. And this horse ran in the slop last time. The previous start was a good second, and now stretches out to a mile. Looking at the breeding, King for a Day, they're okay going long, and she did fade last couple times going long, and that's a little bit of a concern if she's chasing. I'm just wondering if she's going to be able to make the lead in here, and that's one of the other reasons why maybe she's worth the play. I mean, the pace is questionable. You do have some sprinters stretching out, but the pace is very questionable in race number 4. It doesn't look like Fancy Footwork has any early speed. You don't know what the firster's going to do. Wayward Queen doesn't really have much for early speed, and enterprisingly didn't show any route speed last time. Galpoli Girl's the other one that's coming out of sprint. So I thought maybe Rock Steady Babe could make the front end in here, and that's going to make her more dangerous. And the other one, and maybe for third, I'll use the 6 Enterprisingly. They really overbet her last time, and like I said, it's not her fault that she took so money at the windows. She actually ran very well to be second in that race, where she didn't show much for early speed, was off of a 1:15 3/4, and still hung around. So at least she got that mile over the track. She may improve out with the race over the track too, and you really can't throw these connections out. You talk about Windy Leaf Farm, John Buckley, and Kevin Navarro, and I'm assuming it's that groom down there. What do they call him? Amazon or Omaha? It's the winning combination of those together. Can't go against them. Although they seem to be a step below the other two, could improve off of the race. Okay, 5th race, an allowance race, going a mile. Exactitry Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with this race. It's the only question mark is going to be the layoff here for Crescendo's Reign. Obviously, he's better than these horses. At least he was. His last race wasn't that good in New York, but his races in November would beat these. I think the biggest issue, when you kind of look at the comments and watch the replays and past performances of Crescendo's Reign, is the start. This horse has had a real issue getting out of the starting gate. Breaking slow, broken in the air, bobbled start. I mean, that's kind of a trend for Crescendo's Reign, but he's overcoming it in those sprint races. I guess the other question with Crescendo's Reign, before you get carried away with him, would be he's only won on an off track. I mean, he's only ran 5 times, but the 3 races that he's won were all 3 on off tracks. How often do you see that? The horse has only run 5 times, and the 2 starts. Look at, in his defense, the 2 starts that he had on a fast track were against a couple tough conditions in Saratoga and at Aqueduct. I mean, I guess the problem is going to be the start, and the distance may be a thought, but because you look at this, but you look at he's okay at 7 furlongs. A mile is not that much further, although it's a 2-turn mile. I could see him possibly playing presser. I mean, you got to figure. Seems like Destiny is going to be the one sent out to the front end. Not necessarily. They like to try different things with that horse, but it seems like Destiny's a better horse when he gets the lead. When he wins, he's usually on the lead. So I would think Crescendo's Reign is going to be right outside him. I mean, this stable, Happy Face Racing stable, has had a lot of success here at Finger Lakes over the last few years, at least winning at a better percentage. The 2 Alfgars is my long shot. I liked this horse last time, kind of disappointed me. Oh, I mean, for second I liked. I mean, Free Dance he couldn't go against. I mean, he was up against a monster for the condition. Alfgar was not going to beat Free Dance. But he didn't fire at all. I mean, I would have thought that he would be competitive with Burn Notice and Jansen, who he faces again today. He goes to Chris Elliott, goes the same distance, a mile. Got the 2 trips over the track in 2 races this year. I always say the best route move and best route angle as far as for fitness concerns here at Finger Lakes is a sprint and 2 routes. Used to be a lot of people would do the 2 sprints to the route, so you're not wasting the second route in case he needs it for fitness. But sometimes you get more out of it when you go a sprint, route, and now you got no excuse for the next route. And I expect him to run better. He didn't have a great trip, and they did go a minute 38. So you're not going to beat Free Dance, who blitzed out there in 138. You're just not going to beat that horse. And Burn Notice is probably just passing tiring horses. I'm gonna use Alfgar for second. Just taking a shot here. He's 12-1, and I know he's better than how he ran last time. It's the same horses, other than Free Dance isn't in here. I think everybody's thankful that Free Dance isn't in here. Burn Notice, yeah, I mean he's the closer that's kind of at the mercy of the pace flow. Might get the track that he wants today though, and it all depends on how fast they go. It's only a mile. See how aggressive Seems Like Destiny is, and if anybody decides to be aggressive as well. That's the key if you're backing a horse like Burn Notice. Um, yeah, they got my numbers a little close enough. The three, Go Yoshida. Do you give the horse another chance? I mean, he won 2 in a row. He got back. I'm surprised how much he got back. I mean, Freedance looked like he was going to be 1-9 in there. How are you going to beat Freedance? And they were betting him anyway off of the 2 wins. And he looked good in the 2 wins. I can't blame anybody for playing him because you couldn't gauge how good this horse is. But he just ran into a monster. And now Freedance moves on. You got to give Yoshida another chance. And he moves in, too. He had an outside post. Now he moves into a 3-post. He plays. And I think he'll run better than what he did last time. I think the outside post did get to him, chasing, especially when you're not going to beat Freedance. And that's the key. Sometimes when you get an overwhelming better horse in a race, even if you're the next best, that doesn't mean you're going to be second because that race flow does make a difference. So 6-2-7-3 for me in the 5th. Pretty competitive race. 6th race, starter optional claimer, 8,000 is the claimant price. Everybody's in for the starter condition. I believe, nobody's even in for the optional tag, which is a good thing. You got horses eligible for this starter condition. And I believe they're probably just happy old Thabel's not in the race. But you look at some of these horses, and I just think Sutton Breeze, if he can get back to where he was last summer, where he was dominating the starter allowance condition, if he can run back to that, he's going to be tough here. They claimed him at the end of the year. I think they were trying to jam in a little bit, trying to come back for the waiver claim and also continue to be eligible for the starter. It's a nice move, but sometimes you get caught, and I think that's what happened. So the new trainer, very sharply done by Dana Saul, puts the horse in for the waiver claim and absolutely dominates 5,000 claimers. Did not embarrass himself against the optional claiming allowance horses. Did not have the racetrack that he needed. Front speed was not good. Well, here's the other thing. Inside speed was absolutely terrible on June 2nd. That was a heavier, closer bias racetrack where inside speed only won 1 race. Well, what 1 race won was the first race when Sutton Breeze won. That horse was the only horse to win as an inside speed horse on June 2nd. So I thought he ran well. I mean, he was put way up in class. The other part of it is, these horses are a lot of 3-time winners in here. A lot of 3-time winners. And here's a 13-time winner. I mean, you got, how many horses are in here for, you got Solo's Fury Profitability, 3-time winners. And Saratoga Banker, he's got 7. Nutsy, 12. He's got a lot of wins. Courageous Olaf, 5. Sharp has 5. Sutton Breeze, 13-time winner that leads everybody in the field, and that alone gives him a little bit of an advantage as well. Like his chances in this spot. The 5 Nutsy, his running style is going to help him, and he's the 12-time winner. So I got the 2 horses that have the most wins in the field. Go figure. The experience helps. They win. But the reason I like Nutsy is I never like Nutsy. I mean, horse always surprises me. But he's got that running style that if there is a pace up front and they're starting to tire, you're looking for, okay, where's Nutsy? He's going to be rolling late. And that could be the case here. Sharp has good speed, and so does Saratoga Banker. Courageous Ola will probably be part of the mix because he's on the rail. So now you got 3 horses that have speed, even though it's only 5.5. Nutsy's good with his 1 run at 5.5, and it's a little bit easier spot, a lot easier spot than last time. He had no shot against East Coast Girl. I mean, East Coast Girl tore up the track in 1:03. I don't think anybody's going to beat that time this year. Don't see it. So he was just overmatched. better spot today for Nutsy, and I think he's going to get the pace he needs. The 4 Saratoga Banker beat up on a decent 11-9 field. Probably not as good as Sutton Breeze, but you look at the horses behind him. You know, the horse that was second is no slouch, and he did win pretty easy. He also changed tactics a little bit. I mean, he wasn't sent. I know they did 45. He kept them close and then pressed. Whatever Koa did, and Koa's doing everything right lately. He did it right, and he's just playing presser and just taking over, and the horse was dominated in a pretty good time at 105. I know East End Girl at 103, but for the day 105 for that condition is pretty good. So this horse is not out of it by any means, and maybe he's getting better, winning 2 in a row. Is he better than Sutton Breeze? Well, he may have to keep improving to be. Soul's Fury is another one. He moves out of the 11-9 claimer like Saratoga Banker. And I think with a little patient ride here, and at 5.5 he doesn't have enough speed to be close anyway. If he could sit and make one run, this horse has a chance to be a factor at a big price. He's 8-1. You got to forgive the last effort for Soul's Fury, and he was wide in that race. That makes a difference. His previous start, going 3/4, was good. He ran a solid second. And again, Saratoga Banker beat him the race before. And Saratoga Banker's probably a little bit better. But the equalizer could be if he sits back with Nutsy and lets the speed battle it out, he could have a shot in here in race number 6. Interesting race. All right, 7th race. I know this Oscar Barrera, little Oscar has a horse in here. What about little Oscar the other day? I think he hit the board with one of his long shots, and then the other one at 28-1 lit up the board and really added some value to all the picks. Congratulations to Oscar. I like the name of this owner too. What is it? Heart of a Warrior Racing. I gotta give him a call. I wonder who that's named after. I like that name. But yeah, he won with a 28-1. So you got to kind of take a second look on his horses today. And this one did win 2 in a row before getting bet down and not firing last time. Was claimed out of that race for 30 and moves to a good spot here. I would have said was going to be a long shot in here, probably overlooked, but after little Oscar did so good yesterday, may take some extra money in here. And I think he's got a shot. Now, I don't know if he's as good as Captain Jack Sparrow. I mean, Captain Jack Sparrow, I mean, how do I phrase this? I mean, if you get 4-1, might offer some value for Captain Jack Sparrow. But he comes out of a good race. I mean, you look at the race that this horse comes out of, he's the horse to beat. He ran 3rd behind Sorority Prank, who's unbeatable in the spring when running in allowance conditions. And Magni came back to win in New York, although he did catch a break. I think it scratched down to a 4-horse field, but he still won in New York. It turns out to be a key race, and maybe he gets a little better racing scenario, you should call it, in here against these horses. I think it's an easier field than the race he comes out of, because I think Sorority Prank would be a heavy favorite against this field. So I'm going to use him on top. I hope I can get 4-1. The 6 this time, yes. Solid horse, ran 3rd behind Blamiker. You talk about the other one, East Coast Girl. I don't know why I keep calling him East End Girl. I guess there's the East End Festival around here during the summer. But Blamiker is pretty quick. Blamiker may not be as good as last year. It may have to battle a little bit in that race, but he's still at 105, even if he didn't run his best race. And I think this time, yes, was just kind of passing tiring rivals that were chasing after Blamiker. But he still ran well, and that was off of a victory. I think he's the other one. Prince of Dance is outside. He had won 2 in a row going through conditions before running 3rd, but he ran against a good one in Squire Creek. I don't know how good that race was. I know Squire Creek's really good. He always runs against some other good speed horses like Blamiker and others. Keggs is a win machine against Cheaper, who's run decently stepping up. So Prince of Dance, yeah, I mean, he was sharp. He'd won two in a row. So I wouldn't be surprised if he adds a few figures to his buyer numbers to get there to win this race. But definitely a top three threat either way. The horse is going good. Yeah, like I said, I'll throw Manhattan Chrome in the top four just because of how good Oscar Barrera did yesterday. I think Jose Baez was on that winner for Little Oscar. Got to use him after yesterday. Maybe we'll be sending some more in. They both did well. All right, last race, a 5,000 claimer, non-winners of a race since the date. Goes a mile and the 16th. And I got to put my money where my mouth is here because I always said I'd love to see America's Justice. I think the distance is too short for him. And the fact that he's running okay in sprints means that when he stretches out, if he could get the lead on a stretch out, he could beat this level of horses. Now, you do have Whiskey Franz in here, who's not this level of horses, and Allure of Money, who's not this level of horses because they're both drop downs. But other than that, America's Justice, if he gets the lead on the rest of them, I don't think the rest of them can beat him. I think the question marks are going to be Whiskey Franz on the drop, who chased after a 47 last time. I'm not so sure. I mean, they went after the speed last time. And I believe it was Spetro is the name of the horse. It was Charlie Baker's. I mean, he looked like the speed on paper had won a few in a row, but was off a layoff. They went after him. Everybody in the race said, we're going to try to win this race. We're not going to let this horse just lope around and win the last race pretty easy. And that's exactly what happened. And everybody was a little more aggressive than normal. So he was close up to that 47. So understandably faded. Well, so did Spetro, who was the big favorite in there. Well, it was the closer, Tapizar's Tempo, that ended up winning the race. Kind of set up for him. Give Whiskey Franz another chance. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins the race, depending on how this pace flow goes and how good America's Justice is on the stretch out. Allure of Money might be aggressive from the rail. Allure of Money drops in class, so that's kind of key. His last race wasn't good, but he's chasing after Olazabal. I think they just don't know. He's gotten these races where you don't know what to do as far as tactics. You don't want to mix it up with Olazabal. You don't want to chase after Olazabal, but you don't want to sit back and try to make a run either in the route. He's more of a punch in the sprint type thing when he won the stakes race in the sprint, cutting back in distance. But you got to respect him on the drop in class here. I mean, he's going from a starter to the 5,000. Got to use America from Miami's the other drop down for the Murph. And he's got to hope for America's Justice to come back as well. If the speed comes back to them, look for this one to be closing late. Well, enjoy today's card. Hopefully the wind blows the wildfires out of here. Enjoy it. We got 8 races today. Get involved in those pick fives. The early one starts in the 1st. The late one starts in the 4th. We are dark for the rest of the week. We are open for simulcast wagering. You can bet on Saratoga over the weekend right here at Finger Lakes, and then we come back for live racing on Monday with a 12:55 first post. I'll see you then.
Horses coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Tony O and Cabercoa aboard. Number 2, 30 Oysters, GM Rohina. Number 3 is Big Rich and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, Anointed Spirit, John Barrios. Number 5, Cascade Cruiser, Luis Pena. Number 6, Wild Banker, Kevin Navarro. And rounding out the field, number 7, Street Cop Officer, Laird Bailey aboard. Track is fast. First race in just a few minutes. Approach to the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate. First race at Finger Lakes. First of 8 races on a Wednesday scheduled. Starter optional claiming race to kick off proceedings. No strong favorite. 3 horses between 2-1 and 5-2 on the board. 2-1 on the 5 and 6. Cascade Cruiser, Wild Banker. 5-2 on the 3, Big Rich. Now clicking down to 9-5. Wild Banker loading up for the opener. Wild Banker and Street Cop Officer still behind the gate. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's 30 Oysters who's barreling out for the lead. Tony O's up the inside. Then it's Big Rich and Cascade Cruiser. They're now second and third. Fifth place, Anointed Spirit to the inside of Wild Banker. And Street Cop Officers at the tail of the field as they take on that first turn. 30 Oysters has a lot of challenges right behind him. Big Rich is 3 wide. Cascade Cruiser outside of him, and Tony O at the fence. A margin of about 3 lengths to Street Cop Officer in 5th. Wild Banker's second last, 8 lengths off the lead, and then a length back to the trailer, and that is Anointed Spirit. First quarter mile, 25 and a 5th. They travel up the backstretch. Less than 5 furlongs to go. 30 Oysters doling out the fractions. Lets it out a notch. The lead's just about a length over Cascade Cruiser outside second. Big Rich, Blue Cap in third. Tony O in some tight quarters fourth. Street Cop Officer being asset and advancing a little bit into the top 4. 3.5 lengths off the lead. Wild Banker second last. And Anointed Spirit at the tail of the field. The half was in 49 and a 5th. They're on the turn. Cascade Cruiser's taken over from 30 Oysters. Big Rich throws his hat into the ring on the outside, up into second. Street Cop Officers in fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths to Wild Banker in 5th as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Big Rich to the outside of Cascade Cruiser. These two clash for the lead with 3/16 to go. Street Cop Officer to the outside of 30 Oysters. 3rd and 4th. 5th place belongs to Wild Bankers. 16th to go. Cascade Cruiser reclaims that lead and opens up by a length and a half too. It's Cascade Cruiser in front. Big Rich second. Street Cop Officer 3rd. Wild Banker 4th. First race is official. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Cascade Cruiser. Kentucky bred 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Catalina Cruiser out of Starstream. John Grabowski, owner trainer. Luis Pena, the winning jockey. Nursery Place and Partners bred Cascade Cruiser. $4.40 the winning mutual. Exacta $14. Trifecta $40.53. Dime Super $20.89. Second race from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in 21 minutes at 1:26 p.m.
All right, getting ready for the second. That was Cascade Cruiser. Getting start off that early pick five. Second race, 11-9 Claimer. Never won three condition for fillies and mares. Going 6 furlongs. And start off with the new face in here, the four, Sabby Sunset. Two, both career wins at the distance. Very well bred and looks to be the speed of the race. So there's some things to like, obviously, but the big thing is the drop in class. This horse has faced tougher in New York and hasn't run since May, but was running okay. We're going to see Heeman Harkey return to Finger Lakes. I think he just won in the Irish circuit the other day at Saratoga. But this one cost $40,000 as a 2-year-old. Gets class relief dropping to this condition 11-9, and should be awfully tough in this spot right now at 9-5, especially if she's able to shoot out there to the clear lead over Class C West. She might prove tough to catch. The one horse, it will be fun for the Red Hot Dana Saul barn. This one coming off a victory last time. It's tough to gauge how good she is. She dropped in class to this claiming price and really responded to the drop with a victory. So she moves the next logical spot, going to the 3 lifetime after winning the 2 lifetime. Not that big of a jump, so it will be fun. A logical horse, big threat in race number 2. Currently the second choice on the board. That's 7-2 morning line. The two Valentine Gift. Valentine Gift was a beaten favorite last time, but she was a little overbet. She ran pretty well. She just didn't get the pace flow to come back to her that she needed. Today it gets a little more distance, going from 5.5 to 6 furlongs. And if they do back up, it all depends on how fast Sabby Sunset goes early, she could pick up some pieces and have a better chance to rally. At least gets a little more distance for that late kick. Speaking of closer, the Nurse Bunny, the 6 horse, she's the one that's truly a deep closer at the mercy of the pace. She's a one-run closer that they got to back up to her, and she's at the mercy of it. But she almost always fires, and she'll pass some of these tiring horses that are chasing after Sabby Sunset early. That's some of the contenders for race number 2. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta Daily Double, and the pick 3 starts here.
Late scratch, fifth race, scratch number 5, seems like destiny. Late scratch, fifth race, scratch number 5, seems like destiny. Horses coming on the track for the second race from Finger Lakes. Number 1, It Will Be Fun, and Jose Baez. Number 2 is Valentine Gift and Michael Davila Jr. Number 3, Celtic Ledger, Stephen Fretz. Number 4, Sabby Sunset, Hemant Harkey. Number 5, Signifying Nothing, Andre Worry. Number 6, Nurse Bunny, Kevin Navarro. And number 7, Classy West, GM Rohina. Post time in a few. Approach the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 2 from Finger Lakes. Classy West to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Hop in the air at the start, signifying nothing. It's Nurse Bunny bounding out for the front end. Valentine Gift and Celtic Ledger. Celtic Ledger pokes the red blinkers in front as it's Sabby Sunset is on the outside in third. Valentine Gifts towards the inside in second. It will be fun. Gets off the inside in fourth. Length and a half two to Nurse Bunny is 3 parts of a length in front of Signifying Nothing and a half length to Classy West, who's now towards the inside of the back of the pack. Valentine Gift kicks on through towards the inside, gets that lead from Celtic Ledger. Sabby Sunset sweeps up to the outside third, now up in the second, contending for the top spot. It will be fun. Fouls that one on the outside from fourth up into second, looking good on the turn. It will be fun. Signifying Nothing from the back of the pack into the top four. Classy West in fifth. Celtic Ledger drops back in sixth. Nurse Bunny trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. It will be fun. Comes off the turn, leading by a length and a half two over Sabby Sunset, who's all out in second. Many lengths back to Signifying Nothing. Valentine Gift, Classy West, and Nurse Bunny. 16th to go. It will be fun is going, gone. It will be fun. Victorious by about 5. Sabby Sunset second. Signifying Nothing gets third over Nurse Bunny. 1456, number one, it will be fun first. Second race is official. $5.08 the winning mutual. It will be fun. Kentucky bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Constitution out of Take Charge. Zilla Racing Stables owns. Dana Saul trains. Jose Baez, the winning jockey. Brafini Farm and Marula Park Stud bred. It will be fun. Double $20.76. Exacta $16.54. Trifecta $27.90. Dime Super $19.23. Third race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number one, Billy at the Gate. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick three, pick four wagering. Post time race 3, 21 minutes away at 1:57 p.m. Did have a claim race 2, number 7, Classy West. New owners Joel Mashir and Caitlin Gutterson. Caitlin, new trainer. Number 7, Classy West, claimed out of the second.
All right, getting ready for race number 3. Yeah, no doubt about that winner. Man, and it will be fun. Looked even better today than she did last time. No doubt about it. Much the best winner. Jose Baez for Dana Saul, and man, that thing was over early. You knew when he had a hold of that horse early behind horses that horse had a ton, and she just opened up and won pretty easily in race number 2. Third race scratch, one of the favorites, the one Billy at the Gate, but probably would have been the main threat to Lord King. Lord King does look like a standout in here, and is going to be a very, very short price. Right now, at odds of 1 to 5, but he did get beat as a heavy favorite last time. Sir Cartwright for the Tassos ran an absolutely huge race to chase this one down. But the thing is, Lord King was unable to make the lead because he had to chase a 21. Today, he should be able to make the lead against this field, and that can make all the difference. Got the Raylu Lugu combination, and he'll come up a little bit, but expect him to be an odds-on favorite. The sorts of the winners, the 2-horse, he's coming up in class technically, but not really. Other than Lord King, this isn't the strongest of fields. And he did run second to Magni, who has been sharp. And last time he ran second, and he just found himself with too much to do late. They tried something different with him. It actually kind of worked. I mean, he still picked up some pieces and ran second. Not sure if that's what they're going to do here. He's got the inside. He'll probably follow the leader, which is expected to be Lord King. Instant Success might be the one to try to go after that horse. He's cutting back in distance, though, so he really doesn't have much sprint speed. I think the cutback will help. The last time this horse went short, he ran a good second behind a really nice horse that was much the best winner. I think that horse won in New York as well. So you just got to forgive the last route effort for Instant Success. Cutting back, at least the good sign is he doesn't drop in class. He stays at allowance. So they're looking to give him another chance. It's going to be tough to beat Lord King, but he can follow the leader and get a piece of this third race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and Pick 4 starts here. Again, you got a really short price favorite in the 4 Lord King, and we did scratch the 1 Billy at the Gate.
Horses coming on the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 1 Billy at the gate. Number 2 Shorts in the Winter and Cabercoa. Number 3 Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, Joel Cruz. Number 4 Lord King, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5 is Instant Success and Emmanuel De Diego. And number 6, Savage State and jockey Chris Russell. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go 5.5 furlongs. Allowance now winners of 3, 2 to 5 on number 4, Lord King. Now 1 to 4 on Lord King. Bit of show money on Lord King. A glance at the infield tote board. A little over 14,800 of the 16,600 bet to show on Lord King. 2 more left to load, Instant Success and Savage State. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Even dispatch. Lord King streaks out for the front. Instant Success, shorts in the winter, second and third. Savage States in fourth, and 3 lengths to Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, who's at the back of the pack. The favorite Lord King on top, the lead's a half length. Instant Success makes a bit outside in second. Shorts in the winter towards the inside third, a length back to Savage State in fourth, and a space of 5 lengths to Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me at the back. First quarter mile, 22 2/5. On the turn, Lord King opens up by 2.5. Over Instant Success in pursuit of the green blinkers in second. Shorts in the winter, blue blinkers third. Then it's Savage State. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me still at the back as they turn into the home stretch. Lord King in charge has the lead by 5 over Instant Success, and shorts in the winner second and third. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me is out of last and fourth. Will attempt to split rivals, but with the 16th to go, Lord King has got this race won. Lord King crushes. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me second. Instant Success third. 4352. Lord King. Official winner. New York bred, 3-year-old big gelding by King for a day out of higher incentive. Oh, Happy Days stable. Peter Colon and Emilio Serrano. The owners, Luis Gutierrez, the trainer, Ray Lu Gutierrez, the winning jockey, Mr. Peter Colon. Bred Lord King, $2.42. The winning mutual. Super, $9 even. Double, $8.72. Exacted, $21.10. Try, $19.96. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 7, Cozy B. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time, race number 4 in about 22 minutes at 2:28 p.m.
All right, late pick five starts with the fourth race. No big surprises there in the third, Lord King. Just too good for that field. The Relu Lugu combo comes through. Had to accept the short price. Okay, mile races should be more competitive. The fourth race, we got a couple that are getting some play in here. The outside horse, enterprisingly, getting some action 2-1. He was the morning line favorite. You got Fancy Footwork, who looks the best on paper, but has been off since November. That's the question mark. You talk about a horse that's well bred. She's by Curlin, out of the dam by Unbridled Song, and that dam was a multiple graded stakes winner going long. The problem with Fancy Footwork is the last couple races before the break. She was just not firing at all. They're pulling out all the stops. They're able to add Lasix, so she's a 3-year-old, and will take the blinkers off as well. Like I said, the dam's a multiple graded stakes winner. She's a half to a bunch of stakes winners. This horse, if she can run back to her first couple maiden races at Saratoga against that tougher competition, she'll beat these. A lot of ifs, though, because she is off a layoff since November. And with that vulnerability, I did end up, even though I figure her to be the favorite, I took a little bit of a price shot with Rock Steady Babe as the horse that's just running well now for a barn that's been on fire. And as she stretches out to a mile, she may show some early speed in here in a race that just doesn't have a lot of early speed in it. I mean, maybe Enterprisingly's got speed from the outside, but I would think Rocksteady Babe coming out of sprints may flash some speed as well from that inside position. She's currently at odds of 3-1. I mentioned Enterprisingly, she was bet down to be a heavy favorite. Somebody liked her last time coming from Saratoga with some bad form. But she didn't run that bad. I mean, she was just overbet. She ran a good second behind Saratoga Sunset, who was a legitimate horse in the conditions. So, and she could improve off of that race. I think the pace is going to matter here. She did show a little bit of speed being close up to that pace. And now you got a race that doesn't have much for pace at all. That you got to figure she's got enough speed to be close up with Rocksteady Babe, who I thought might be the one to go to the front end early. We'll see, because it is a questionable pace race. Not a lot of speed in here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, the late pick 5 starts with the fourth. You got 6 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 7 Cozy B. Number 1 is a Larceny and Oscar Gomez. Number 2, Rock Steady Babe, Andre Warriup. Number 3, Fancy Footwork, Chris Elliott. Number 4, Wayward Queen, Jackie Davis. Number 5 is Gallipoli Girl and Joel Cruz. And number 6, Enterprisingly, Kevin Navarro in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares. Maidens going a mile. Fancy footwork. Current favorite at even money into line. Wayward Queen. Gallipoli Girl. And Enterprisingly. Second choice at 9 to 5. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Rock Steady Babe sending out for the lead. Enterprisingly for the place on the outside of Gallipoli Girl. Then it's Wayward Queen and Fancy Footwork. A Larceny has taken up residency at the back of the pack as they wheel around the first turn. Rock Steady Babe has the lead by a neck over Gallipoli Girl, who's alongside in second. Enterprisingly is 3 deep. And then it is Wayward Queen in between horses. Fancy Footwork, nowhere to go at really at this point in time, with about 5.5 furlongs to go. And at the back, that is a Larceny as they travel up the backstretch. And it's Gallipoli Girl who has the lead. Rock Steady Babe counters up the inside. Still not much between these two. Enterprisingly is in the clear, 3 wide and third, a length off the lead. And then it's a gray, Fancy Footwork towards the inside in fourth. Wayward Queen nudged upon in fifth, 3 lengths off the lead, and 7 lengths back to a Larceny at the back. 3 furlongs to the winning line. Rock Steady Babe and Enterprisingly first and second with 2.5 furlongs to go. As it's Fancy Footwork who comes under a heavy ride in third, 4 lengths off the lead. Wayward Queen is next. Gallipoli Girl drops out of it, and a Larceny still trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch, and Rock Steady Babe opens up. Rock Steady Babe has a lead by 5 over Fancy Footwork is up the inside second, trying to cut into that margin. Enterprisingly is in third, 16th to go. It's Rock Steady Babe who leads by 2.5 over Fancy Footwork. Here comes the winning line. Rock Steady Babe wins by a length and a half. Fancy Footwork second, Enterprisingly third, fourth, Wayward Queen. Two, three, six, four. Number 2, Rock Steady Babe first. Time for the mile, 140.71.
Rocksteady Bay pays $5.20 to win. Double $11.26. Dime Super $1.38. Pick 3 $5.86. Double $11.26. Try $4.93. Number 2, Rocksteady Babe to the winner's circle. New York bred 3-year-old Bay Filly by King for a Day. On a very accomplished Charlie Baker, owner, trainer, breeder. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. To the back half of the Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes. Race number 5, late scratch at number 5, Seems Like Destiny. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 5 in about 20 minutes at 2:58 p.m.
All right, coming up on the fifth, pace makes the race, and that was the key. There was not much speed in that race, and that was a good effort and a good job by Worry. We go to the fifth, and the allowance race goes a mile. I thought this was a pretty competitive race. I would not want to take a short price in here. I know you're going to get one with Crescendo's Rain. He's going to be a big favorite in this race, but there's some question marks with this horse. I mean, he hasn't run since January. What his last two races here, actually, every race that he's run in the mud, he's won. He's not hasn't proven he's going to win on a fast track, but he has run against better, and his numbers are better than these. But the main issue really isn't so much the off track or fast track; it's the start. This horse is overcoming bad starts. He'll eventually find a good enough field that he may not be able to overcome that, but or else get over the behavior and get out of the gate better. But Crescendo's raised the horse to beat on paper, but again, the layoff is a concern, and his issues at the starting gate are a concern as well. The two horse is Alfgar. It's kind of my long shot in here. I'm going to try to forgive the last effort for Alfgar. Maybe just needed another trip over the track. He hadn't run since September, so he got a sprint, then a route. Obviously, no excuses today. Third start off the layoff. He's just run so much better than that in the past. Not going to be free dance no matter what. Free dance was a much the best winner, but I expected him to run better than what he did. So I'm going to throw him in there second as a long shot just to add some value here because he should get a nice trip from that inside position. He's at 9-1. The 7 is Burn Notice. Let's face it, this one is clearly at the mercy of the pace. And not sure if he's going to get a strong enough pace to close on. Otherwise, I'd really like this horse. Seems like Destiny is the speed. He may or may not get some pressure from somebody like Jansen or Magnai stretching out. I just don't see a lot of speed. It's not like last time it seems like Destiny couldn't get the lead and was forced to track and didn't work out. He seems to be a better horse when he's on the lead. So I would expect him to go to the front. But I don't know if that's still a strong enough pace for Burn Notice to close on. He wasn't going to beat free dance, but he did close by everybody else and was a much the second best. I mean, he beat the rest of these basically, so he's an obvious player. But he needs a little bit of racing luck because of his running style to get to the winner's circle. The 3 is Go Yoshida. I still can't really gauge how good this horse actually is. Yoshida's turned into a pretty good sire, and this one really proved himself when he stretched out with a nice looking victory, dominant victory. But he was caught wide last time from an outside post and never really in it. And it was a tough field. A little bit easier because free dance isn't in here. But if he could work out a better trip, I could see him running a lot better than last time and bouncing back with a good race. I mean, if you liked him last time at 5-2, you may want to use him today at 6-1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the late pick 4 starts with the 5th. You got about 6 minutes to post.
Coming on the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 5, seems like destiny. Number 1 is Magni and Joel Cruz. Number 2 is Ielfgar and Chris Elliott. Number 3, Go Yoshida, Kevin Navarro. Number 4 is Jansen and Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Crescendo's Rain, Luis Perez. Number 7, Burn Notice, Cabercoa. And number 8, Sanzio, Andre Worry, the jockey. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Even money on Crescendo's Reign, number 6, 5-2 burn notice. Burn notice. Sanzio. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Crescendo's Reign and Go Yoshida. These are the two quickest out of the starting gate. Then we got everyone else lining up, it seems like. It's Crescendo's Reign who leads this group into the turn, has a lead by a length and a half. Go Yoshida is in second. Jansen to the outside of him in third. Magny's tucked in along the inside fourth. Ielfgar's in fifth. Burn Notice 3 wide 6, 4 off the lead, and a gap of 4 lengths to Sanzio, who's at the back of the pack. Crescendo's Reign has a lead with 5.5 furlongs to go. The lead's a half length over Go Yoshida, who shadows that one outside second. And then it's Jansen in the white blinkers third. Magny tucked in along the inside fourth. Ielfgar in some rough running room along the in-between horses in fifth, 2.5, 3 lengths off the lead. Burn Notice 4 wide up the backstretch in sixth, and a length and a half back to Sanzio, who trails. The half was in 48 and a fifth. Entry into the turn. It's Crescendo's Rain on top of the lead to half length. Go Yoshida being asked the question second. Magni races in third, and then it's Jansen fourth, followed up by Ielfgar. Sanzio saves all the ground towards the inside, but 10 lengths off the lead, and Burnt Notice will have to circle up on the far outside of the back as they got 3/16 to go. Crescendo's Rain comes off the turn, leading by 3.5 lengths over Go Yoshida as a clear-cut second, many lengths back to Sanzio, Magni, and Burn Notice, but a no doubt about it winner here, Crescendo's Rain. Crescendo's Rain now 3 for 3 lifetime at Finger Lakes. Go Yoshida holds second, close for third, maybe Sanzio over Burn Notice. Six three eight seven. Crescendo's Rain first. Time for the mile 138.29. Crescendo's Rain back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 5-year-old Doc Brown gelding by Not This Time out of Vibrato. Happy Face Racing Stable owns. Charlie Baker trains. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for trainer Charlie Baker. Sequel Thoroughbreds, Burleson Farm, and Mackenzie Bloodstock bred Crescendo's Rain. $3.52 the winning mutual, double $12.64, exactly $19.80. 50-cent try, $32.96. Dime super, $20.84. Pick 3, $3.76. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $39.55. Race 6 from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 22 minutes at 3:32 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 6 is Crescendo's Reign. Again, Happy Face Racing Stables. Over the last few years, they've been winning at a pretty good percentage here at Finger Lakes. Just the race came up pretty easy for them, and actually the lack of pace in the race after the scratch, he was just too good for that field. Louis Perez for Charlie Baker, able to control that one. Sixth race, it's a starter optional claiming race going 5.5 furlongs. And look at the board right now. Yeah, Sutton Breeze is going to get some action, and so is Saratoga Banker. It all depends on if this pace is a strong pace early. You're only going 5.5 furlongs, but you do have some speed signed up. Sharp has proved last time how quick that he is early, and Saratoga Baker also has pretty good early speed. But Sutton Breeze doesn't need to have the lead. He can lay close. He owned the starter allowance condition in sprints last year during the summer. The horse was just really good when Tim Murphy had this horse, and I think this horse is going to have a big chance at here. I mean, he was claimed for 5, but stepped up to face optional claiming allowance horses. Granted, there wasn't much speed in that race, but he didn't even make the lead anyway. And he ran pretty good against that competition. Pompous Prince has won since. And, of course, Crypto Causeway hit the board against a good field the other day. So, yeah, 13-time winner in here against these horses. Sutton Breeze going to be pretty tough. Dana Saul ran a horse earlier today, and the horse couldn't have won any easier than that one won. That's how good that barn's going. I thought Nutsy could be a factor in here because of his running style. I tend to not pick this horse a lot. He always runs, always fires, no matter what the field, even if it looks like there's not much pace in it. Well, last race they didn't come back. Obviously, he was in too tough against East Coast Girl. So it gets a little better spot for him today, dropping a little bit to the starter allowance from that tougher allowance field. And if this pace develops like it looked like it might, Nutsy would be the one to take full advantage as the deep closer in the race. Kind of like Solo's Fury. Solo's Fury I expect to be a little more patient, sit back, and make a run. He just kind of ran evenly last time behind the speed of Sharpaz, and then Emerald Forest was the only one that passed that rival. But he does have a win at 5.5, and he's been running at the 11 to 9. So going to the starter from the 11 to 9 isn't really a step up. And if he could keep his form, he could be a factor in here as well. But it all depends on the pace flow. Again, Saratoga Banker coming off a good-looking victory last time, going 5.5 furlongs. Just took off. He wasn't overly aggressive early, just was with the early pace and just disposed of it. Saratoga Banker just has that back class running against allowance competition that he fits nicely in the starter allowance after running in the waiver claimer earlier in the year. So he'd be no surprise in here, and he's probably going to take a lot of money as well. So sixth race, got about 8 minutes to post. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
Coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Courageous Ola, Jackie Davis. Number 2, Sharp As and Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Sutton Breeze, Jose Baez. Number 4, Saratoga Banker, Caber Coa. Number 5 is Nutsy, Nasario Alvarado. Number 6, Solo's Fury, Jam Rahina. And number 7 is Profitability and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Profitability to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Courageous Ola hustled out for the lead. Sharp as flashing good early speed in second. And then it's Sutton Breeze, Saratoga Banker outside third and fourth. Nutsy, White Blinkers fifth, 7 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Solo's Furies, a length and a half in front of Profitability at the back. 2 horses press to the pace, and the pace is hot. Courageous Ola and Sharp as their first and second. Saratoga Banker to the outside of Sutton Breeze, their third and fourth. 3.5 lengths to Nutsy fifth. Profitability outside 6. Solo's Fury had the check at the back and about 11 lengths off the lead. Courageous Ola, Sharp as, joined by Saratoga Banker, improving on the outside. Sutton Breeze right behind Courageous Ola and 4-3 off the lead. And then it's Profitability, 6 off the pace, and Nutsy. They got 3/16 to go. Courageous Ola, Saratoga Banker looms large on the outside. Now up in the second, 16th to go. Courageous Ola, but it's Saratoga Banker who overhauls Courageous Ola. Nutsy late on the scene. Here's the winning line. Saratoga Banker wins. Nutsy second. Then it was Courageous Ola and close for fourth. Four, 5, 1, 6. In race 6 from Finger Lakes, Saratoga Banker first. Saratoga Banker, 8th career win, New York bred, 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Central Banker out of Memories of Mom. Gags Racing Stable and M. Anthony Ferrero, the owners, M. Anthony Ferrero, the trainer. Caber Koa, the winning jockey. Robert Harris bred, Saratoga Banker. 3 wins in a row for Saratoga Banker. It's official, $9.18 the winning mutual. Pick 4, $17.86. Super, $80.54. Double, $14.30. Exacta, $49.32. And a 50-cent trifecta, 451, $86.24. Seventh race, Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering. Post time in 22 minutes at 4:02 p.m. Make your plans to be here on Monday, July 27th for our first free handicapping challenge of the season. Winner takes home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers receive prize money. The challenge is on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. That's free to join. That's our newly rebranded rewards program. Don't miss it. Monday, July 27th, free handicapping challenge here at Finger Lakes.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 7. Man, Caberco is riding at another level lately. I mean, that was a good job by him with Saratoga Banker. They've kind of changed the style a little bit with this horse, who used to be just an aggressive shoot to the front horse. Caber's gotten this horse to relax a little bit, and it's working. As he was even more impressive today with a stalking trip and getting the win for M. Anthony Ferraro. We go to the 7th race, and you look at this race. It's an 8-horse field. First thing you always want to look at is the pace, and there doesn't seem to be a ton of speed in this race for the 6 furlong distance. Racer X has a little speed, but not, and so does Oscar Brera Jr.'s horse has got a little speed, but no real strong pace setters. That could be a key to this race. But one of the horses that I kind of liked, and I did like him a little bit last time, was Captain Jack Sparrow. I think I said something like Thousand Leagues Under the Sea, but it's actually Pirates of the Caribbean was Captain Jack Sparrow. Well, he comes out of a good race either way. I mean, the race was won by Sorority Prank, a horse that's like unbeatable in the spring and allowance conditions here. And then the horse that was second, Magni, ended up going to New York, came back to win. Granted, they scratched down to just a few horses in there, but he did beat a New York field. And Captain Jack Sparrow was off a step slow that race. So there's some things to like about this horse, making his second Finger Lakes start. And I think he can improve off of that race. Raylu and Lugu already teamed up with a win. The 6 horse is this time, yes, logical horse. He beat a good field, allowance field going 5.5, just a couple races back. And then he ran third to Blamiker. You're not going to beat Blamiker. Even though Blamiker got off a step slow, you're not going to beat that horse. When he's on his game, he gets the front. You just can't beat him. He went actually a slower time for Blamiker that day with 105. But he's just closing as an also-ran. No Blamikers in this race. That makes this time, yes, an automatic player. Prince of Dance is the morning line favorite, and it should be one of the favorites in here. He won 2 races in a row, and then last race wasn't terrible. Ran third over a good racetrack. Yeah, the time wasn't ridiculously quick for the day. I thought the time before was pretty good when he ran 104 for the 5.5 furlongs. My question would be, is he a better 5.5 furlong horse than a 6 furlong horse? I guess that's the only question I have with Prince of Dance. Now, he's hit the board twice out of 4 starts going 3/4, but most of his damage has been other distances than this 3/4 distance. So the fact that he hasn't been in the top 2 in his few starts would make me think, well, maybe he's a favorite you want to go against if he ends up the favorite. So, but you got to use him either way off of the recent form. 2 wins and a third is pretty good. The 5 horse is Manhattan Chrome, and he did show some speed in New York. And in a paceless field like this, that's worth noting, Oscar Barrera had a win at 28-1. He had a couple horses run yesterday. One of them hit the board at a price, and the other won at 28-1. So his horses run good here, and he might have a slight tactical edge on this field if he's able to get out there with the early pace. Not out of his Manhattan Chrome, coming back here off of the claim. Those are a few of the players for race number 7. We're going to start the last double of the day. Exacta Tri Super also available in this race. Good luck.
Coming on the track, 7th race, Finger Lakes, number 1, Skylar Starship and Cabercoa. Number 2, Newport Bridge. Go to the 3, Nostalgia Smile and Michael DeVilla Jr. Number 4, Captain Jack Sparrow, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5, Manhattan Chrome, Jose Baez, late overweight, 2 over. Number 6, this time, yes, Oscar Gomez up. Number 7, Racer X, Kevin Navarro. Number 8 is Prince of Dance and Andre Worry. And number 2, Newport Bridge, Joel Cruz. Post time in a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race number 7. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. Competitive field of 8 to go 6 furlongs, an allowance race. 2-1 on number 8, Prince of Dance. Five to 2 on number 4, Captain Jack Sparrow. Manhattan Chrome going up. This time, yes. Racer X and Prince of Dance. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Good start. This time, yes. Sending out for the lead, Captain Jack Sparrow. Here's Skylar Starship. Nostalgia Smile and the yellow blinkers also in the firing line. Skylar Starship kicks on through towards the inside, gets the lead. Nostalgia Smile second. This time, yet, yes, content to sit in the third spot, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Prince of Dance outside of him in fourth. Captain Jack Sparrow mid-flight in fifth. A length and a half to Racer X to the outside of Newport Bridge. Then about 6 lengths to Manhattan Chrome trails. First quarter mile, 22 3/5. They're on the turn. Skylar Starship with 3 furlongs to go has a lead by a length. Nostalgia Smile prompting outside second. Captain Jack Sparrow has picked up a spot or two. Now up into third. This time, yes, will be stuck out wide with Prince of Dance. Racer X is maneuvered towards the inside and third last, and then it's Newport Bridge as they reach the top of the stretch. Skylar Starship, Nostalgia Smile, clash for the lead. Captain Jack Sparrow now late on the scene on the outside. Third, 3 across the track, 1 furlong to go, and Captain Jack Sparrow up into second, now challenging for the lead. Skylar Starship offering resistance. Captain Jack Sparrow surging late on the outside. Captain Jack Sparrow barely, I think, over Skylar Starship. That's a photo. Then it's Nostalgia Smile and Racer X.
Number 4, Captain Jack Sparrow wins the photo over the 1 Skylar Starship. Third, number 3, Nostalgia Smile. Fourth, number 7, Racer X. Got a jockey objection, 3 versus 1. So the stewards will sort that out, but Captain Jack Sparrow, New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Honest Mischief out of Ms. Midtown. 3 players stable owns. Luis Gutierrez trains. Raylu Gutierrez, the winning jockey. That's 2 wins in the card for Gutierrez. And when I say Gutierrez, that's trainer Luis Gutierrez and jockey Raylu Gutierrez. 2 wins in the card. Jockey objection, 3 versus 1. No change. No change in the order of finish. Stewards ruled that the incident did not affect the outcome of the race. No change in the order of finish. Captain Jack Sparrow first. New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Honest Mischief out of Ms. Midtown. 3 players stable owns. Luis Gutierrez trains. Raylu Gutierrez, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the day for Luis and Raylu. William Butler bred, Captain Jack Sparrow. Final running time was 111.35. 4137. It will remain. Seventh race official, $11.34. The winning mutual, double $42.78, exacta $89.60, try $130.52, super $243.15. Eighth and final, Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time, eighth and final in 19 minutes at 4:35 p.m.
are getting ready to conclude this Wednesday card, also the racing week. What a good finish in there between Captain Jack Sparrow, Skylar Starship, even Nostalgia Smile was in the mix there for a little while. But Captain Jack Sparrow just got up. Another win for Lugu and Raylu. Good combination there. Lethal combination as they got another victory with Captain Jack Sparrow. Good price on that horse too as well at odds of 9-2. Just a reminder, we are dark the rest of the week. No live racing until Monday when we have that 12:55 first post. We continue Monday through Wednesday racing throughout the season. Well, you look at the last race, and we're going to go a mile and the 16th. It's a bottom 5, and you got some drop downs in here. Allure of Money drops out of the starter. You got Whiskey Franz running against Tougher, ran against the 11 and 9s last time after running against open 10s. So that horse certainly plays. And then America's Justice stays at 5,000 after running for the waivers, but stretches out to a better distance. Well, interesting enough, at this distance, he has not hit the board in his 4 starts, but he's also running against some tough competition in the past, not 5,000 claimers. This horse is real dangerous if he's able to make the front end with his breeding and his running style. I mean, this is a horse that's by American Pharoah. You know he wants to go long. You know he wants the front end. And no excuses today for America's Justice, who's currently at odds of 5-2. Mentioned Whiskey Franz. I mean, he's been against Tougher. And you look at when he did run for 5,000, you go back to the fall, he was really good for 5,000. He won for the price, and he won a couple times in a row for the price. So dropping to 5,000 automatically makes this horse a strong player in here. And last race, he was close up to a really quick pace that went in 47. As it didn't look like there was going to be much speed in that race other than Spetro, but they went after that horse. And he was one of them that was part of that front line. At least he was close to that 47, maybe too close, and that's why he faded. So give him another chance. He would be no surprise in here with a drop in class to 5,000. Same thing with Allure of Money. Allure of Money, not the same horse that he used to be. See, when he was up for Horse of the Year, I mean, here's a horse that pulled off that big surprise in the New York Derby, then won a sprint race from off the pace. He actually ran second in the Genesee Valley last year going long behind Cut the Cord. That was this distance, a mile and a 16th. If he can remember that race, he should do well against these beaten 5s. Last race wasn't good, chasing after Olazabal, but maybe he was just in a bad position. You don't know whether you want to go with that horse. You certainly don't want to duel with Olazabal. That one's really good and unbeatable in that condition. But then when you're trying to rate, at some point you got to chase after him, and maybe that was the case. He just faded after that. So if you consider that he's dropping to 5 here, and he hasn't seen this cheap in quite some time, you got to think that he could wake up a little bit with that drop in class from the starter. They got him at odds of 7-2 right now. Eric from Miami also drops. He was also close. So he was part of that pace that went in 47 last time before fading. He hasn't really shown much this year, except for the one sprint race. He ran pretty decently to be 3rd, but it seems like he's been a better horse going long. He's just a late runner. And the fact that he ran okay last time, considering the pace, shows that he can be versatile if he wants to be, but I don't know if that was such good tactics sending out there in 47. He's another one that maybe deserves another chance with a less aggressive ride today. Eric from Miami is currently at odds of 5-1, certainly with a trip. Could be one to get the victory in here. Certainly another horse you got to use in race number 8. Well, all depends on the pace. I mean, you got to think that America's Justice go in the front, but Mr. Einstein could be the one to keep him honest, and maybe even Allure of Money. And the key is going to be that, how fast they go early, especially at the distance of a mile and a 16th. Exacta Try is super offered in the last race. Got about 6 minutes to post. Good luck.
Coming on the track, eighth race at Finger Lakes, we'll lead with the two October Bliss and Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Mr. Einstein, Luis Perez. Number 4, Addie Son's Dream, Laird Bailey. Number 5, Eric from Miami, Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, America's Justice, Joel Cruz. Number 7, Whiskey Friends and Andre Worry. And number 1, Allure of Money and Emmanuel De Diego. Post time in a few. Two minutes. approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go, mile in the 16th. 8 to 5. Number 6, America's Justice. Whiskey Friends to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A glorious start. Allure of Money from an inside post going out for the lead. October Bliss. Mr. Einstein stalks in third. And then it's America's Justice and Whiskey Friends will be wide. Eric from Miami and Addie Sun's Dream near the back as they take on that first turn. October Bliss, Allure of Money has room towards the inside to contend for the top spot if he wants. And then it's Mr. Einstein, the white blinkers in third. Addie Sun's Dream behind rivals fourth. America's Justice, Black Cap outside fifth. Whiskey Friends Extreme outside sixth, 4 off the lead. And 2 lengths to Eric from Miami in the 7th and trailing position. First quarter, 24 2/5. October Bliss being asked to dole out the fractions here, has the lead by a length and a half. Allure of Money is up the inside. Mr. Einstein now up into a joint second. Addie Sun's Dream in between runners in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. America's Justice outside of him. Whiskey Friend still wide up the backstretch, 4 lengths off the lead, and a length and a half to Eric from Miami who trails. The half in 48 3/5. Decent pace at the front end. October Bliss taken on by Mr. Einstein. They're clear by 3.5. Over Allure of Money and Addie Sun's Dream, third and fourth. And then it's Whiskey Friends, Eric from Miami, and America's Justice trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Mr. Einstein who gets that lead from October Bliss, and they brush it upper stretch. Allure of Money's in third and about 7 lengths off the lead. And then it's Addie Sun's Dream in fourth. They've got 1 furlong to go, and Mr. Einstein inching away from October Bliss. Allure of Money's on the outside, third in deep stretch. It's Mr. Einstein. Mr. Einstein give jockey Luis Perez 2 wins on the card. October Bliss second, Allure of Money third, close for fourth. Addie Sun's Dream to the outside of Eric from Miami.
3214. In race 8 from Finger Lakes, number 3, Mr. Einstein, was first. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, Mr. Einstein, Kentucky bred, 8-year-old bay gelding by Exaggerator out of I'm Your Love, Nurka Huertas. Owner trainer Luis Perez with a riding double today. Joseph B. Murphy bred Mr. Einstein. $57.90 the winning mutual double. $227.58. Exacta $548.88. Trifecta $443.35. Super $303.09. Pick 3 $285.86. Pick 4 $798.61. Pick 5 5 of 5 $4,189 and a meaningless 4 cents. 8th race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes on a Wednesday. Next live racing date will be Monday. First post 12:55 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer Bill Downs signing off. Have a tremendous evening.